Hi, good morning. Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good day.
How are you all? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I got some homework. I think, Kadrin, yours was the last one that I saw.
Oh, I'm not sure if you got mine. Did you get mine?
Okay, hold on. I have.
I also sent an email, I think it was Wednesday, regarding the homework. But I just did my best to answer it.
Okay, I see you. Oh, I didn't see that word query.
Okay. Miss Archer, you did not receive mine because I did not know I should have sent it to you. Can I email that to you now, or how do you want to receive?
Yeah, you could, because I'm gonna add some points onto your midterm from this.
Okay, the email address that I'm to use.
The Yahoo one, the same, the link that comes with the.
Okay, let me send that to you now.
Okay, we're gonna discuss it, but I'll still mark because I want to give you some points towards your midterm.
Okay. This is
Good afternoon, Ms. Archer, and good afternoon to all. Ms. Archer, I apologize for not sending mine. I thought we were just discussing it in class.
No, that's fine. We can discuss it.
I will send mine now as well.
Okay, all right.
Likewise, good afternoon, everyone. I have my homework. I didn't send it. I didn't have an email to send it to, so I will send it now.
Okay, that's no problem. That's not a problem. Not a problem.
Also, I'm hoping that my formatting is sufficiently clear to you, because I did think we were just going to discuss.
That's fine.
But okay. And I did notice that one of the questions was repeated twice, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was one of my questions, because I saw it was twice. I wasn't sure if it was an error. When I submitted it, I took out the second question and I just named number 3, number 2.
Yeah, but what I realized too is that number 1 is actually 2 questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Space.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
And also there was one of the questions, it said, can the register refuse to register? I don't know if that was registrar or if that's supposed to say that.
No, registrar.
Okay, so I changed it to say registrar to make it make sense for me to answer. So I was trying.
So I say, okay, oh shoot, homework. So, all right. The homework for next week, I'll try to go slower. Ah, you didn't know you were stopping one. Yes, there's homework for next week. Who sent whom again? Is that Yvette?
I did. I certainly did.
So you said the homework goes towards extra points for our final
The midterm.
midterm. Oh, okay.
If you do well on your midterm, I can add it to your capstone.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
but
great.
not to the final. You know, the final is the final because that's cross-marked.
Okay.
Yeah. So always doing the homework, you can submit it for points. And if you don't wish to, then you don't wish to. But it'll be the points that you lose. Okay. So while those who are sending this, who wants, let's start from where? Should we start from number 1 or number 4? Let's start from number 1. Jolene, you want to start the discussion on number 1? That Philip is wishing to avoid personal liability.
Okay, I can start. I'm pulling it up now. You said number 4?
No, let's start with number 1. And
Number
then we'll,
1.
who wants to do number 1 then?
I mean, I can get the conversation going if.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on,
So the question. Mhm.
hold on.
Okay.
No, I'm looking at Kadrin. Kadrin, you want to amend your. Let me see, you did it separate. Okay, I'll mark it as it is. Don't worry about it. Okay, go ahead. Get it started.
Okay, that's me. That's Yvette.
Yeah, I
So
know.
the
but-
question,
Go ahead.
the question is, Philip, who is in the process of forming a company, wishes to avoid personal liability upon any contracts he may enter into on behalf of the proposed company, advise Philip. The text had a good bit of information concerning the direction one should take with respect to advising a client who, or a person who is wishing to avoid liability. Page 4 of the text provided, I believe I may have summarized this, but pre-incorporation contracts entered into by persons purporting to act on behalf of the company does not, as of right, bind the company. Therefore, the liabilities under any pre-incorporation contract entered into on behalf of the company will remain with the party unless otherwise addressed. This is based on the principle of privity of contract. And notwithstanding the principle, Section 22 of the Companies Act makes provisions for how liability may be avoided. In light of Section 22 of the Act, of the Companies Act, we would advise Philip that pursuant to Section 22(2) of the Act, the company can draft its articles in such a way that immediately upon incorporation, it would accept or adopt the contract as its own. Alternatively, although this may not be the most preferred route, Section 22(4) of the Act may be utilized insofar that after entering into a pre-incorporation contract, Philip may apply to the court for an order that will apportion liability under the contract made between himself and the company as the court thinks fit. Finally, with respect to the Act and what we believe to be the best solution, next to the first option above, we would suggest recourse be had to Section 22(5), where Philip is advised to have specifically expressed in the terms of the pre-incorporation contract that he is not entitled to the benefit nor responsible for the liabilities under the contract. Should the other party, this is another means of avoiding liability, and we would recommend this as well for Philip to consider. Should the other party be amenable to settling a draft agreement in the form of a memorandum, a non-binding memorandum of understanding, better known as a MOU, this would be an option that can be presented to the other party. Then once the company is incorporated, the company and the other party can execute the proper agreement. If the contract involves purchase of land, we would suggest that Philip purchases an option for a specific period of time, allowing the company to be incorporated. Then once incorporated, have the option transferred to the company. He would therefore avoid entering into a purchase of land outright on his own. And that's how we would advise Philip.
Okay, very good, very thorough. Let me see. I'm looking at someone else's answer here. Okay, so Kadrin, I'm looking at your response. And if you listen to Yvette's, you have to incorporate the sections under the Companies Act to speak to when he is liable, when the promoter is liable, and when he is not liable in terms of the provisions that have to be put in place. So you just gave one part of the answer and not the full answer. You understand, Kadrin?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, okay, all right. Jolene, let me see what you have here. Oh, hold on. Oh,
We don't have to look at mine.
why are you saying that?
I don't know.
I'm looking for an answer. I don't see one.
You don't see an answer?
No,
It's there.
okay. I see the question. You sent one after this email. You sent with asking the question whether one or two.
Oh, yeah, that's the email I sent, and it has the, you don't see the attachment?
Hold on, I'm looking right now to see if I see your attachment. Oh, no, send the attachment.
Okay, let me
Done.
try.
Try to send it. If not, you could send it later. But
Okay,
let's move on to you then. Number 2.
to me?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2 or the question under number 1?
The question on the number 1, which is number 2. My
Oh,
mistake.
okay, sorry. Okay, so that says, provide responses to the following. Can the registrar refuse to register? My response was that the registry can refuse the registration of a company should the necessary paperwork, i.e. memorandum of association and articles of association, not be provided, as well as the payment for fees due to the registry. However, once the necessary paperwork is complete and submitted with the full payment, there's no visible reason for the registry to refuse the request for a new company.
Okay. Any objections to that? Olivia?
No objections. Everything she said is true. Well, as
I have an
long as you.
I have an objection, but I also have a comment.
Go
I
ahead.
I did not answer that because I thought it was placed there in error. So
Oh.
if you'd like for me to answer that as a part of the question, I would have to send that to you a little later.
That's fine, Yvette. You can send it because I'm looking at yours now. I'm turning the page to see if I can find it. So that's okay.
Yeah, it's not there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you can send it.
But I would say the answer to that is as who answered? Joylyn?
Julian.
It was me, I
Mhm.
answered.
Right,
Joylyn.
yeah, that was it to me as well. The only thing I would say is providing that the objects, not the objects, so to say, but the objects of the company would be for lawful and legal means or objectives,
Yes.
which would be highlighted in the memorandum.
Yes.
But yes,
Okay.
providing all documents are in place and the fee is paid. And of course, it's submitted by a proper registered office.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Jolene, what about B? Can a
Okay.
company that's been issued a certificate of incorporation be challenged on the grounds of illegality?
Well, my response was, I could be wrong, but I said no. For a company to receive its certificate of incorporation, the necessary filings to the registry would have been completed, and the registry would have considered all to be in order for the company prior to proceeding with the issuing of a license. Should there be suspicion of illegality on the company's behalf, a report can be filed with the FIU for investigation on the matter, but the certificate of incorporation belongs to the name company and it's registered name, and it's registered to same company until its dissolution. If anything, the registry can refrain from providing current certificates of good standing, as the legality can affect the good standing of the company with the registrar. That was my response.
Okay. Objections? No, Kadrin, I'm looking at your answer. What do you have to say?
I don't have any objections.
So can I get full marks? And I have them applied to my midterm.
Okay, when you say on the grounds of illegality, would you think that refers to?
I guess whichever they wanted to refer to.
What you mean?
They're the ones who want to object to it, right? I don't know.
Okay. So illegality refers to, again,
Mhm.
all the part that Yvette just spoke about, the objects clause. You
Yeah.
have to ensure that the objects or whatever business that the company wants to undertake, that it is a legal business.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Mhm.
So if the business is illegal,
Yeah. Then, I mean, if it's illegal, I mean, they still been issued their certificate, but I guess the company itself would just have to be under investigation, right? Or
why
do
would
it just take it away?
they're gonna take it away?
Mm.
So let's
I think it would be, I think it would be void. It would not,
Yeah.
if it was discovered that there is an illegality, it would void the certificate.
yeah, because I'm saying
Mhm.
let's say it's not, they're opening a business, I don't know, to produce marijuana on a mass scale. That is illegal
Now, at this point in time.
at this point in time, yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so what was the last one? A, B, C. What is the effect of registration if it's procured by fraud? Who gave me an answer? Let me see. Kadrin, you left that one out.
My answer was very short, like 2 lines. I just said the effector should report with the FIU, and it'll also affect the good standing of the company with the registrar. I
Okay,
wasn't quite sure. That's why I wasn't quite sure what exactly you were looking for to know how to respond to it. So I just put something.
I'm just put something for putting sake. Olivia, what do you say? Olivia,
Well, I would say if procured by fraud, the registrar can apply through the Attorney General to have the company dismantled or canceled.
mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. It wasn't nothing elaborate because these are just short answers, except the first one and some other ones as we go through these questions. But it was just short. So that's fine. So let's see who's going to do question number 2. Kadrin, you want to start?
I defer again, Ms. Archer.
You defer? Okay. Deshaun. Deshaun. Is she here?
I have a response. I wanted to know if it was correct or not, because I'm
Okay.
actually putting notes in the version I have on my file as we go through them.
Okay. All right, you could start.
Okay, so I have for question 2 is Glad Tidings Limited wishes to change its articles of association to add a clause which would state that any director of the company may be removed from office if all other directors give notice in writing of their desire that the named director be removed. Please explain the procedure for alteration and discuss the difficulties which the company might encounter in adding this new clause.
Mhm.
So I said, in order to proceed with a major change within a company, such as amending the articles of association, a resolution must be drafted, approved, and signed. Once the resolution is available, the registrar is to be notified of SAM. You can either provide a copy of the signed resolution or director certificate. And then in brackets, I have a director certificate is a document that would give a snapshot or a specific change and certifying that the change to be true without including all the intimate details a resolution may include. Then after notifying the registry, amend the articles of association following the amendment, have the appropriate signatories, the subscribers, sign the document and file same with the registry. Fees due to the registrar to be paid as applicable. With regards to adding a clause which would state that any director of the company may be removed from office if all other directors have give notice in writing of their desire that the named director be removed. We would have to first refer to the articles of association and determine who has the voting powers, who can approve this change, and based on what grounds can a director be removed from the register. Once we are able to determine this, the subscribers with the power to approve changes within the articles of association will have to agree with the amendment. If the directors are the ones approving the amendments and the change is a wish presented by the company outside of the directorship, a problem may arise where the directors may not wish to approve a change that can allow themselves to be removed and dismissed of their powers within a company.
Okay. Yvette, you want to add yours from the IBC Act?
Sorry, it takes a while for me to unmute.
Oh,
And I had a few more thoughts on that as well.
okay, all right. Give your thoughts first and then go to the IBC.
Right.
Because she didn't
Mhm.
mention section of the act, under the Companies Act, section 29.
Okay,
This is where she
Right.
took it.
okay, right. So she did mention section 29.
Yeah, she didn't
With-
mention
Yeah,
the section, but the process that she detailed came from section 29.
right, with respect to the resolutions, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I indicated that in my answer that IBCs can amend their memorandum and articles of association by shareholders or by directors' resolution.
Mhm.
I don't think I cited the provision there.
You have
Did I?
section
No.
79.
Yes.
Mhm.
I also have here, subject to the members of a company may amend their articles to the company increase, yeah. Okay, so that was my thought with respect to the IBCs, that they have the leverage to amend as they see fit, right? And as
Right.
permitted. With respect to the effects of making this alteration, if it
Mhm.
be approved, I thought that it would be dangerous, depending on the number of directors one has to begin with.
Correct.
You're right?
Mhm.
So if one is to be given the power to remove a director by way of, and this is embodied in the articles, by way of other directors, just preparing I think the question said, preparing a note of some sort to remove, have the director removed. So the
Yeah.
alteration would be,
Go ahead.
other directors give notice in writing of their desire that the named director be removed. That's the change they wanted. One would just have to be very suspect and or aware of how many directors are on the board. And if by way of notice, that you can end up in a situation where you have fewer directors than, first of all, the articles say, or the statute dictates. So that's something that should be considered when making those types of changes.
Mhm.
So that was a thought I had, just to expand upon some things that could occur.
Right.
And also removal of directors. That's something that's saved for the shareholders.
Mhm.
And with this particular provision, you're giving the directors the power to appoint directors to the board solely.
Yes.
Yeah,
which can be detrimental to the company.
absolutely.
Unless, of course, that expulsion is in the best interest of the company itself.
Correct. Mhm.
Counts on such a provision being made.
Right. And quite frankly, you don't really need it because the act speaks to how a director can be removed.
Yes.
And so should your articles to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now, when you're answering questions, referring to the articles and the memorandum, for those who are not well versed, you can also look at the schedule at the back of the Companies Act, which explains a lot of the provisions that are actually in the articles and the memorandum. So it's called Table A at the very back. So if you look at Table A in section 68, it gives you the powers and the duties of directors. So if you haven't read that section yet, it would be good if you do, because it'll give you more explanation as to why certain things cannot occur, because everything isn't written when you read the articles. So for you to understand the mechanics of how a company operates, it would be good if you read Table 8 at the back of the Act. So everybody agrees with that answer? That one was not too difficult. Now let's look at the next question. Let's go to Olivia and Deshawn. I leave that too for you all. Shake Limited.
Well, my answers are very simple. So for question 4, I just said a company may, by resolution of the members, alter the contents of its memorandum subject to the act and to any conditions contained in the memorandum. A company may, by resolution of its member, also alter its article. A company that alters its memo under subsection 1 or alters the articles under subsection 2 shall submit to the registrar a copy of the resolution signed by its directors, the company secretary, or authorized officers of the company as a true copy of such resolution, and the register shall retain and register such copy of the resolution.
Okay.
Well, for me, I got confused with this one because I felt it can go two ways, either in favor of the board of directors or in favor of the shareholders. For me, what I said was the board of directors have power under the company's articles to make decisions for and on behalf of the company, as long as it's in the best interest of the company. The directors owes its duty to the company itself rather than the shareholders. So the board, for me, once the board of directors can pass a resolution to change the management from nightclubs to the chain of sorry, I get really nervous.
Why?
I don't know.
Get calm, go slow. First, where do you find the objects clause? Which
Okay, so they can change. I don't know.
where do you find the objects clause? Is it in the memorandum or is it in the articles?
The articles.
Okay, so now they want to alter the objects clause.
I will pass on this one.
Why? No, don't pass. Think about it. And Deshawn, you can
Yes.
help.
Well, I believe from what I read that they are able to, and it would be permissible for them to alter their articles. But I believe that there are other things that they would have to do in terms of the licensing of the company. Their business license probably would have to be altered.
Mm-hmm. Anybody has anything to add? Some of the shareholders are objecting to the proposal because they're saying that they're not sure it is permissible. So how would you advise them?
I don't want to, I have my thoughts, but I would like to reserve my thoughts if you don't mind, Ms. Archer.
Yes, that's fine.
Because I don't want it to seem as if I'm hijacking the class.
No, I'm waiting on Deshawn.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, and if you ask me, I would add in, but
Let me let them take a stab at it, please.
yes, okay.
Okay. All right.
I guess if some of the shareholders are objecting for the articles and everything, for a resolution to be, I guess, proper and signed by all, it has to be signed by, I guess, the all or the majority of the directors. And if, I mean, we know that it probably is permissible, but if all of if the directors can't come to an agreement, then that is a major problem because you'll never get a signed resolution to send to file with the registrar. So first of all, they all have to come into an agreement. But I guess the main question answered is it permissible? I'd say it probably is permissible, but they would have to come into agreement to do it.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, my response wasn't long either. It was quite short, but a part of mine when it comes to, I guess, how I saw it was that they want to make the change, but some shareholders were objecting and they wanted to know if they're able to still proceed even though all haven't agreed to the change. So I have, in order to be sure whether it is possible to proceed with the proposed changes, we must refer to what is stated in the Articles of Association. We need to know who holds the power. Do the shareholders hold the power? Does the articles indicate whether a decision has to be approved by majority or all? If the power resides with the shareholders and it is indicated that majority can approve a change to the company, then it is possible for the necessary steps to create this change to happen. However, if the power is with the shareholders unanimously and some shareholders disapprove the proposed change, then it is evident that the proposed change cannot happen until unanimous consent is given by the shareholders of Shake Limited.
Okay. All right. Yvette, you want to add to that?
I thought that was, that aligns with what I think as well.
Mhm.
In summary, that aligns with what I
Yeah.
think as well. Mhm.
Okay. Kadrin, you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. All right. So you can see just from these 4 simple questions, you begin to get an idea of how a company operates, why it does the things that it does, and when there are changes to be made by the members or by the directors, you have to be really clear as to who has the authority to do what and what actions need to be taken to put it into effect. And everything stems from what's in the articles, and then you refer to the act, and of course in the Companies Act at the back to the table 8. So you're able to understand and give good advice as to how certain things should happen. In conjunction with that, you also have case law. But we wouldn't dwell too much on the case law so we don't go too much into law itself, because everyone comes from a different background. And I don't want to make it too complicated. But those are just very simple questions on memo and arts and how you can alter it, and looking at the reasons why certain directors or certain members may decide that they don't think certain actions are permissible. And you have to logically go through, starting from what is in the articles and the MEMs, look at what the legislation state, and then come up with a decision. So we have any more questions?
So how would you respond to that question, though?
The last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in looking at this question, the first thing I would state is whether or not the directors have the authority to make this change on the whole. That's the first thing. Then the next section, next paragraph, I would actually state that the act permits for alterations to be made. The third thing they ask is that they want to change the nature of the business. The nature of the business is twofold, and some of you mentioned it. One is whether or not the articles state how many votes is needed. Two, is it in line with the business strategy or with the shareholders agreement as to how the company should be run? Because there's always a shareholders agreement. And thirdly, would it be required from a business perspective? So that's the business licensing, the VAT, and all of the rest. So it's threefold. It's an all-encompassing answer. And then based on that, you could conclude that if these things are in place, then yes, they can go ahead. I want you to try to make it as realistic as possible, because you have the theory behind you, but you have to make it practical. So when I give you the next homework, I want you to think about it from a practical standpoint.
Thank you.
All right. Now, you would have received your capstone. Yes. And your midterm. I didn't hear yes or no.
When was it sent?
How did we
I was
receive it?
just going to ask when it was sent.
Now listen, hold on. Hold on, wait a minute.
Right.
Who sent it? Was it you or Mr. Pratt?
Miguel, Mr. Pratt,
Let me see, because I don't
Check.
think so.
check, because I am about to raise eternal hell.
I haven't received anything.
Let me see.
Oh, and I know he had ID issue.
Chapter.
Okay, let me make sure. Right now I'm sending it to him.
I didn't receive anything as yet.
Okay, hold on. I'm sending it.
Yeah, I don't think I've received it either.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Okay, it was done. I'm sending a note to him right now. Finish it, I sent it, but it's done. So let's see when he answers me. If he does before we're finished. So what I propose to do today is we are going to begin the chapter on capital. And I am going to stop when we get to shares, so I don't overload the class. Is that okay? And then next class, I will finish with the shareholders' rights and shareholders' agreement, and then I'll do company management after that.
Yes.
That's so
Yes.
too much, yeah. All
It
right.
is a lot of information. I mean,
It
I was
is.
going through the chapter. It is quite a bit.
I mean, if as we go through, if you wish to stop, then you tell me, because I don't want you to get a headache. No, everybody is at a different level.
No,
So I don't-
and it is quite a bit of information that one would want to understand completely.
Right. So that's why I'm If you think that it's time to stop, then you tell me. Because I don't want to continue and you're getting confused. And I'm sure that your colleagues would bear with you. And then you could go and read it over again, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times. And then next week we could pick up and finish it. Okay? Because what I want to do next class is I'm going to send you some homework. And I'm probably will send you a balance sheet. I'm also going to send you a document written on shareholders agreement. And all of those we're going to discuss next class. So I need you to tell me, stop, go on, or start from the beginning again. I don't understand.
Can I get some clarification?
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
we're going to receive this information from you through the week
Yes.
coming.
Yes.
And we are also to prepare the midterm exam through the week coming.
You have 2 weeks, eh?
Oh, it's not, isn't it due on the 25th?
26.
And when is that? That's in 2 weeks? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm cutting the month in half. Okay,
Yeah.
got
I
it.
just,
Thanks.
let me see what he say. You know, he said, no, he didn't, will do. Okay. I can put right here, waiting. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to send you all the shareholders agreement. I'm going to send you all a balance sheet. I think, I don't know if I have the latest one. Oh, yeah, this is an old one. I'm going to send you a proxy. And I'm going to send you some homework questions. Okay, so that's four attachments that you'll get this week. And it depends on how far we go. In this chapter, we may leave the homework for the week after, because I want to be finished the whole chapter before we look at the questions. So I'm going to send you the shareholders. There's a document that was written on shareholders agreement that is very well written. I'll send you a balance sheet. I'll send you a proxy form complete with financials. It's a little old one. I should have kept the latest one. And then I'll have some homework questions. So that's 4. Check your email and see if he sent it as yet. He said, okay, so that means he must be sending it now. And then we could start. So all those who didn't send me the homework, if you wish, like you said, you can send it to me through the week so I can put your points down on my register. It doesn't matter whether it was right or wrong. The point is that you tried. So you get points for attempting. Anything yet from Mr. Pratt?
Not as yet.
Yeah. Okay, he said we'll do okay, so you better send it. All right, so let's start our chapter on shares, shareholders, and capital. So the first thing we have to understand is what is a share? And whenever someone says that they purchase shares in a company, it means that they purchase an interest. And that interest means that it exposes you to a certain liability. And of course, with that, it becomes a property. And that property is always subject to the articles of association. You can transfer it, you can sell it, or you could give it away as a gift. So how many of you have shares in a company?
I do.
Any- You have? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Common? Okay. Common or preferred?
Ordinary,
Ordinary.
of course, of the smallest denomination.
Oh, Lord. So did you invest in the new downtown?
I did not.
Why not?
I did. And I did for
Okay.
my children as well.
Very
I did
good.
not, simply because I'm familiar with the structure, and for me, it is of no benefit to me. And
Why?
why?
Yes.
I mean, to me, the only, well, let me just say, I've been intimately involved with APD. I've been their general counsel for almost a decade. I'm no longer doing that. I'm in private practice now. So I'm very, very familiar with the structure, and in particular, the type of industry. So I just didn't think that it would be of benefit to me. The number of shares that one was limited to purchasing. Will
Why you say-
ensure that your,
Hold on.
pardon me?
You mean limited to purchasing?
Right, okay, so you were able to purchase X amount only.
You mean the
There's a
1,000?
minimum number of purchase that you would be able to do. Minimum number of shares you would be able to purchase. This is done in order to, for several reasons. One is to ensure that there's a broad spread of
Invested.
of investors.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I meant maximum, not minimum. And that has the effect of limiting what a proper investor who has substantial funds outside of the initial shareholders or the founding shareholders would be able to purchase. And so therefore the benefits would not be as attractive as I think on purchasing on a different type of platform would allow.
But
I don't know if I explained that clearly enough, but I don't
I-
want to go into major details.
yeah, I get. But don't you think that over time, say in the next 2 to 3 years, those that purchase the maximum, if they wish to, if they're not looking at long term, would
Right.
actually sell their shares?
You mean if the benefit would be in them selling the share?
No, what I'm saying is that those who purchase the maximum, right?
Yes.
Or 3 to 5 years from now, because you know you're locked in,
Yeah.
right? So 3 to 5 years, they say, okay, this thing is taking too long to give me a return. I want to
Yeah.
sell.
Yeah.
Others who wish to put more should be able to. There has to be some way in which, after that period is finished, that others who wish to increase should be able to do so.
Yeah, there should be. I don't know that there would be.
Everything depends.
The way you can purchase more shares would be through an institutional investor, where you would not be a direct shareholder, but as a result of your investment in a vehicle, an investment vehicle, you would be benefiting from the, but not
But that-
directly
No, but
as a
that is
shareholder.
right. But that is exactly, it seems, how they're beginning to structure everything.
Yeah, but that's so unfair to the Bahamian public in my mind. Because you don't have the ability to do more if you wanted to do more, so you can benefit more.
Because if you want,
But-
you can't.
right.
Yeah.
It was
I
a
mean, but it
lesson
does.
for my,
Mhm.
it was a lesson for my young adults. I have 3 young adults, and they wanted to understand, some things, or it was a lesson for them to
Right.
understand, and now they feel a sense of
Ownership.
they have
Mhm.
ownership, they have something in their name.
That's important.
A
Mhm.
piece of the rock. And so hopefully it
Absolutely.
will inspire them to go and do something else. Find
Yeah.
some other investments and
To me,
just
that's
to
the
get
top
Probably
just to
they
benefit.
get
should
their
look
feet
into
wet.
doing crypto and NFTs.
Okay, with crypto.
Pardon me?
No, you're saying something about crypto and
Yeah, I was
what?
saying you should probably look into doing crypto and NFTs. Like that's where my interest is more so at the moment.
I'm still hesitant.
I mean, it depends. Like, I guess once you like understand it more, it would make more sense, and then you would understand like, okay, this is why you're investing in it. Because I know some people has reservations because it's decentralized and stuff. It's not regulated, but there are some things in place and it's new and growing, so there are things being added to it, you know, for caution purposes. But then you could also, for protection, you can get your cold wallets and stuff like that, so that you can be able to keep what you have from your electronic wallets secure from the internet, so persons don't hack it. There's also, you can get several hot wallets where you can use one for purchasing, and then you can have it transferred to another one, and then that one can go to the cold wallet. You can also look in, once you get your e-wallets, you can use that to get crypto, and then once you use the crypto, you because you need crypto in order to invest in NFTs. And once you look at each NFT and what comes with it, then you could be able to determine which one you feel would be more profitable to say invest in earlier. And then people may, you know, they might want your NFT and you could always sell that then later on.
Mm,
Yeah, but like basically a lot of persons, they get into the NFT because I know it's just like a little, like a digital picture that you would have, but each digital picture comes with, like, say, a membership or a status or something that comes with it. So being in alignment with that digital image, it gives you certain access to places and events and stuff that you could only get into if you have that image. Like it's kind of like a status symbol basically. And you would invest in the status symbol. And then as the status symbol goes up, you may have persons who may have the money and also want to have the symbol, and then they can get it from you when you can make money off of it. Or you could create your own.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but the rest of the class, I don't know.
Yeah. Or if you want, if you still skeptical about investing in it, you can create your own NFT.
Oh, that's too much work. No. Mm-mm. You saw how in the news they arrested those two persons who had stolen those cryptocurrency. They were 31 and 34 years old.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of people, they're probably doing it the same way that a lot of people steal real money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The same way you,
yeah,
the
that
same way
happens.
you, right? The same way you can steal real money, like you say, go on your
Mhm.
computer and hack into system. That's the same
Mhm.
way they're doing this.
Yeah.
That's my
But
main fear.
that's why they sell now cold wallets. It's like it's like a wallet, but it looks like a little jump drive. So whatever e-currency you've made in the crypto market, you have it saved to your jump drive, and then you disconnect it from the internet, because once it's offline, they can't access it. That's why people buy cold wallets, to protect the assets. It's actually more safe than actually having your credit card.
Until someone puts a gun to your head and say, produce it.
I'll give you the jump drive.
Yes.
And I guess eat it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for you all young folks, so you could watch your money on the screen and then it disappears. No, I just watch a movie on Netflix like that. And you know, Netflix is into the future, into the past, into wherever. And the persons had some monies. They were transferring money. And then the persons who came who wanted to steal the money from them, they said they had to put their jump drive in and put the thumbprint on it. If you don't put your thumbprint, the fella said, just cut your finger off and stick it on it. So which one do you want? So he put his thumbprint on it and they just transferred the money. Oh no, that's okay. I'll stick to the old fashioned way. I'll let you all get robbed first and then I'll see.
Yeah, but people could do that even with the old fashioned way too.
I know, but see, you see, it is more attractive now to
Mhm.
hack into the new way. The old way has already been proven. More money is out there in the crypto exchange. So they're not gonna fool around with these people with little small money like me and the rest of us around here. They want
Like
the big
us,
money.
yeah.
Yes, they want that big money that you all
Yeah.
are passing over there, those billions of dollars. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, not everybody's gonna have billions. But
No,
yeah.
they'll find more billionaires on that platform
Mhm.
because all of the old money is dying out. Not the money
Yeah.
itself now. The owners of the old money are dying out. And they're
Yeah.
leaving it to all these young ones. So most of them leaving it to their grandchildren or great grandchildren who are into all of this techie stuff. They're gonna be
Yeah.
rich.
Mhm.
They're gonna be rich. They know where to go. And right now it's only focused on certain hackers. But once you get persons with that skill all over the world, they'll be coming from every jurisdiction you could think about. They'll be hacking left, right, and center.
Yeah.
I'll just sit back and watch. Not doing it. All right, so there's some general rights that attach to shares. First, you have the right to attend general meetings and vote. Normally, it's one vote with one share. Some shares can carry more than one vote in certain circumstances. Second right you have is you have a right to share in the company's profit, and that's through dividends. And dividends could only be paid if the company makes a profit. If it is a regulated entity, the regulator normally dictates as when you can pay out dividends. And of course, the payment of dividends depends on what's stated in the Articles of Association. The third right is on final distribution, on when there's a winding up or liquidation. And once all the creditors have been paid, the remaining assets are available for division and distribution among the shareholders or the members by return of capital or a distribution of surplus capital. And the fourth right is, as a shareholder, is that the company should be run lawfully. So only members of a company have the legal right to sue to make the company act lawfully with some restrictions. And those will be in the articles. So there are different types and classes of shares. So first you have ordinary shares, and all of you say you are ordinary shareholder. So you have one vote per share. You are entitled to participate in dividends, and you also can see that there are different ordinary shares with different nominal values. So you could have a $1 share, you could have a 10-cent share, you could have a $5 share. It depends on how the company is structuring its capital. The next type of share is preference shares, and preference shares are preferential rights, and they have a fixed amount of dividend. And you'll see over time, some companies start out with just ordinary shares, and then they change and they have ordinary and preference shares. Then they have preference shares in different classes. So you have class A, class B, class C, class D. These shares are normally non-voting, and sometimes they are redeemable. So when you have preference shares, they have priority either by the articles or by the issue. Like I said, you could have preference shares class A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I've seen some all the way down to L and M. And they're entitled to repayment of their capital in full before the ordinary shareholders receive any type of repayment. If there are any surplus left after all of the company's liabilities are paid and the repayment of capital to all shareholders, the surplus is divided between the ordinary and the preference shareholders, unless the article states to the contrary. Any rights that are given by the articles are exhaustive. So what does that mean? It means that where the articles give preference, shareholders priority of repayment of capital and the winding up, but they do not refer to any further rights, then that means that the preference shareholders have no right to participate in preference in any surplus capital. And the fourth thing is that often they're not entitled to share in capital surplus, unless, of course, the article states so. So ordinary shares. An ordinary shareholder is entitled to a dividend, but it's only after the preference dividend holders have been paid. So where the preference shareholders have preference as to capital, the ordinary shareholders rank behind the preference shares for repayment of capital on winding up, or where there is a reduction of capital by repayment. The preference shareholders must be fully repaid first. It is because of these priorities given to preference shareholders that ordinary shareholders are said to hold the equity share of the capital. So one of the things you would notice with preference shareholders is they are paid first, and in most instances, they are paid more than the ordinary shareholders. But of course, they are not equitable shareholders. Advantages of an ordinary shareholder is the voting power that they have in general meetings. And it allows them to have some control over the resolution of the meetings. So this means that the directors can be made to represent the ordinary shareholders. The voting rights of preference shareholders are adequate if they can vote when the dividends is in arrears, or on resolutions for reducing share capital and winding up the company, and on resolutions which are likely to affect their class rights. An advantage of ordinary shares is that their dividends are not fixed, and it may increase substantially with the profitability of the company. So that's another thing you have to look at when you invest in a company with ordinary shares. There is the potential that your dividends may increase, but there's also the potential that it may decrease. And so you have to watch the market itself. You have to look at the volatility of the market in terms of what you have invested in, whether it's the right investment at the right time. And you also have to be cognizant as when it's time to sell, or when it's time to purchase more shares and come out. Another advantage is that a company may issue bonus shares for which the shareholder does not pay in cash, or it can make new issues at prices lower than outsiders would have to pay. And both of these are generally offered to the company's existing ordinary shareholders. And like we just were saying a few minutes ago, this is one of the drawbacks for us as Bahamians, because in a lot of companies, we're not invited to become equitable shareholders in those companies. They are more or less directed to large investors. And to our disadvantage, that is why you don't see a lot of, I guess, the middle class moving into the top class because we don't have that freedom to invest in a lot of the businesses that are here in the Bahamas. Everything is a by chance. You get a large sum of money, then you decide you want to buy a franchise. You pray that it goes well. It doesn't go well, it's flop, you lose your money. But that market, that drive for that market for local Bahamians to become equitable owners is not, I don't think it's that, I should use the word and use it cautiously, it's not that welcomed by those who are in that business of generating income for others. You have any comments? No?
I think
Deshaun,
that,
you on the floor?
I think that, well, from my experience, I'm just a small hand investor, and I do believe in the Bahamian economy and investing and trying to give my children a sense of being. And so if I would have invested $100, just say bare minimum, 5 years ago in a share for one of them, they would have seen the small returns coming through to them in their name. And so they feel some incentive to I guess a sense of ownership of the country. Like I said,
Yeah.
it is a lesson for them. And if we don't believe and to try to invest in our own country, then it will be doomed to failure. You may not get a whole lot, but I've not seen any loss in the small amount of investments that I would have made in various share companies. It's not the top tier, and I don't get to the top tier, but a little goes a long way, and it adds up. It has added up over time. So for the amount of years that I've been holding some small shares, it has paid for itself. And so now it's just giving me back.
Yeah. But I'm looking at, I think you would have seen in the social media, maybe it's a month and a half or so ago, where a new franchise is coming. Two different franchises are coming. But it's these kind of investments. We have a lot of local companies here. And I always tell students to look around you. Some of them are struggling because they're either sole proprietorship, or they could be a company with just family ownership. But if they were to actually turn into a public company and invite Bahamians to invest in their business, they will see a turnaround. Connection was lost just now. Did you hear anything I said?
No, I didn't. I thought class had almost ended.
Right. No, it did not. No, what I was saying was that a lot of Bahamian businesses are either sole proprietorship, those that are our companies that are owned by a few handful, maybe of family members. I'm saying if they would open it up for local Bahamians to invest, to become equitable owners in those businesses, they will see a turnaround. But they keep it closed. It's only for a select few. And as a country, we're not going to progress. That's the only way you get Bahamians to buy Bahamian and Bahamians to spend their money home, because I have an interest in so many different companies. And I don't want to see, I want to get dividends. I don't want my money to just sit there and then the business is closed. But if you don't have that buy-in, it's not going to happen. That was the comment I was making before they disconnected me. Any comments? All right, so now you have not, Deshaun, you're going to say something?
No, it's just that I believe in what you just said in terms of us as a people buying in. And that's the only way we are going to help our country to grow. I mean, and for the wealth to be, better distributed. But I mean, I do what I can on my small sphere in terms of, even if I don't have opportunity to buy into the country, I make it a point to at least purchase Bahamian items
I
with
do
the
too.
mindset of just trying to help a local company to grow. And so before I pick up a gallon of bleach that is from a foreign entity or country, I will purchase a Blanco bleach. Even if it costs me a few dollars more, but just my mindset is to help a Bahamian company.
But think about it like this, the beginning of COVID, if Blanco Bleach had actually opened up and issued shares to the public, you see how much better off Bahamians would have been for those who wish to invest? That company is not on BISX.
Agreed.
We could have been supplying those same products to other Caribbean countries, even Latin American countries during the COVID who didn't have it.
I would just feel that in defense of the Bahamian companies that may not be on BISX, the impetus is not really there for them to do that. And the reason I'm saying that is because with respect to the regulations that are necessary, then just not willing or able financially to adhere to many of the things that would be required. And so I think that too is, is a concern for them.
Yeah, but that's why you lobby for change.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, just lobby for change. Because
But notwithstanding that, change doesn't come overnight. And so in the meantime, these people want to turn a profit without having to expend resources
exactly
on meeting obligations.
Yes, I understand that. But
Yeah.
I'm looking at the missed opportunity.
Mm-hmm. It's a
So
two-edged sword. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of talent here, a lot of money could have been made. And I think we try so much to put infrastructures in place that's the same as a first world country. We're not that big. And you need to put things in place that will suit the small man to get to that stage. You cannot put requirements in place that is for a corporation, for a very small one.
Absolutely.
And that's why you see the gap is.
Yeah, we fail at that. Our regulators, I mean, they're doing a good job, but I think foresight in terms of looking at that that dichotomy, that difference in establishments need to be understood and worked on.
Yes, yes.
So I agree with what you just said. Mhm.
Mhm. All right, let's move on. The third class was over. Non-voting shares. They carry no rights to attend general meetings or to vote. They're sometimes issued to employees as remuneration to be paid as dividends. And the preference shares are often non-voting shares. That's another issue that we see them come in from COVID. Because a lot of people went to remote working, some of them don't want to come back to work. Those who have lost their jobs and decided to do things that they always wanted to do, they are not seeking to go back to work either. So how do you get people to come to work and want to work? A lot of companies are offering them now shares in their businesses. And we don't see that happening here in the Bahamas either, but it is happening in other countries around the world. Any comments on that?
Hi, yes, I have a comment. What's the name of some of these places and are they hiring?
In the States?
Oh, so they're not in Nassau.
No,
Uh,
that's what it in Nassau, but other countries around the world, especially United States, that is what they're offering to their employees.
Oh, so I know my work didn't do that.
Yeah, they're making them equitable owners in the company.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
No, but there are ways. I hear them keep saying that unemployment is high. We have to reduce unemployment. How are you going to do it? There are different, a company themselves can look at ways to bring top talent in. Everything is not about salary, you know. There's a lot more that can be done to get persons gainfully employed.
Yeah, I guess like addition of benefits, I guess alongside with the shares is a good idea.
Yeah. Because there are a lot of people unemployed. And because things haven't opened up to the point where you can say before I would have paid you 60,000, I now could only pay you 35 because business hasn't picked up yet. There has to be other incentive for people to want to come to work. Because when you work now, you do the same work as would have been done by 3 persons, but you're not even paid 1 person's salary. So you have to add on other benefits. And making an employee an equitable owner in the company is one way to do that. So the fourth type is redeemable shares. And these shares are issued on terms that the company will or may buy them back at some future date. The date and terms may be fixed. And these shares may also be redeemable at any time at the company's option. So normally when an employee leaves the company, then you buy the shares back. So when you work in a company that's on the stock exchange, such as like Scotiabank, the head office is on the stock exchange. So once you become permanently employed, you can purchase shares in the company itself on the Canadian Stock Exchange. And you can watch as each month you purchase more and more shares. And so when it's time for you to leave, you can redeem your shares. But that is all a part of the benefit package. Deferred ordinary shares, these shares which have no dividend, is paid until other classes of shares have received the minimum dividend. And of course, you have management shares. I know you hear a lot about these in large US companies and European countries when executive VPs are leaving and they speak about their compensation packages. So management shares carry extra voting rights so as to retain control of the company in certain shareholders' hands. So some shares may have multiple votes attached to them, or by having a smaller nominal value for such shares, so that there are more shares and more votes per the $1 investors. And they're normally used to allow original owners of a company to retain control after additional shares have been issued to outside investors. So the memorandum and articles of association of a company may have provisions in it that give protection to holders of a class of shares against the rights on their shares being altered. So when you talk about shares, you talk about nominal value, or you could speak about par value, or you could speak of no par value. Every share of a limited company must have a nominal value expressed in monetary terms. So the measure of a shareholder's liability to contribute towards payment of a company's debt is the nominal value of shares he holds, unless he has agreed to pay additional sums or premiums for the issuance of his shares. So once a shareholder has paid to the company a sum equal to the nominal value of his shares, plus any agreed premium, he has discharged his obligation to contribute. So what exactly is share capital? Share capital is the amount contributed by the shareholders of the company's resources. The money or the assets which are contributed becomes the company's property immediately. However, the company does not become the shareholders' debtors for its repayment or restoration. As a result of this contribution, the shareholder has a number of statutory and contractual rights against the company. One is the right to share in its residual assets when it is wound up. The second is to receive dividends out of its profits when it is duly declared in accordance with the articles. And these two rights give the shareholders share its value and make it saleable. So there are different types of capital. You have nominal capital, and that's the total of the nominal values of the shares it may issue. So there's, let's say the company say they're issuing 5,000 shares, or they may say they're issuing 5,000 shares and 3,000 is paid up. And 2,000 is outstanding. So that is the figure that appears in the capital clause of the memorandum of association. A company cannot issue shares beyond its nominal capital. The issue shares is the total of the nominal values of shares which have been allotted to the shareholder. The difference is the unissued capital. Paid up capital is the amount paid by the shareholders on the shares that they have taken. Called up capital is paid up capital plus unpaid capital, which the company has called on its members to pay. Unpaid capital is which falls due to payment on one or more specified future dates under the terms of the issue of the shares. If the company has not received payment of amounts from its shareholders equal to the nominal value of the shares issued to them, the difference is its unpaid capital. The shareholders are liable to contribute this unpaid capital when properly called on to do so, or when payment becomes due under the terms of issue of the shares. So what is the real value of shares? The value of a share depends on the number of shares offered by sellers and sought by buyers at any particular time. So if you look on BISX, I think the ticker tape is in the papers every day, and you could look and see what is the price of the shares and what the public is willing to pay for those shares. The amount sought and offered for shares change daily, and so does the ruling price. So shares are listed on the stock exchange, and the value of the shares is the price at which they are currently quoted on that exchange. So whenever you invest as an equitable shareholder in any stock, you have to be familiar with the industry. Then you have to be familiar with the competitors. Then you have to look at the environment in which they operate to determine whether or not the price that is quoted on the stock exchange is what you are willing to pay. You also have to be cognizant of the volatility of the stock. What impacts it? What affects it? The price of it going up and down. What is the best time to buy a stock? And what is the best time to get out? When should you stay during a lull period? So that's why you see when they talk about the Dow Jones Stock Exchange or any other stock exchange, people are looking at the volatility and what affects the equitable stocks in that company. So sometimes you have to look at legal affairs, you have to look at economics, you have to look at climate change, you have to look at when a president speaks. All of these things affect the volatility of a stock price. So the nominal and paid-up value of shares mainly serve as a measure of the shareholder's liability to contribute towards payment of the company's debts and calculating dividend payments to which he is entitled. The nominal value provides no measure of the real value of the share. That is, the price for which the buyer will pay for it. Company law is not primarily concerned with the real value of shares. So in company law, you're not looking at whether the share is for $5, $3, $2.50. What it's looking at really is what are the rights that are attached to those shares. So the value of the share depends on the number of shares offered by sellers and sought by buyers at any one time. The payment of shares. The shareholder must pay the nominal value or the greater issue price of his shares to the company in cash. Where shares are allotted by a company without any different method of payment. A company may also allot shares which are credited as paid up to an agreed amount for consideration other than cash. Where the shares are issued for payment in cash or for consideration other than cash, they cannot be issued at a discount. For example, for consideration of an agreed value, which is less than the nominal value of the shares. The allottee and any subsequent holder of shares are liable to pay the company the amount of the discount in cash. Then I gave you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different examples. So shares are allotted for cash when the shareholder agrees to pay their nominal value or higher issue price by legal tender, by a check, or by a negotiable instrument on which the company may sue him. Or you could have shares are also allotted for cash when the company is indebted to one shareholder and they agree that the debt will be discharged by crediting the shares as paid by an equivalent amount. Or a shareholder may be held to have paid for his shares in cash by the agreed cancellation of a debt owing to him as the vendor of property to the company, or as agreed compensation for the variation of another contract he had with the company, including compensation payable to a director for some service contract. A creditor may also agree with the company that his debt should be paid by crediting the shares of another person as paid by an equal sum. And lastly, a transfer of property to the company, like a land or building or any other tangible property, may also be consideration for the allotment of shares other than cash. An allotment of shares may also be made for any other valuable consideration, for example, a license to use a patent or trademark. So therefore, a contract may be made for the allotment of shares for consideration of cash or consideration other than cash, and may indicate the number of shares to be allotted and consideration provided. So once you decide that you want to invest and you want to become an equitable owner, then of course you would get share certificates. So a share certificate is issued by a company certifying that on the date the certificate is issued, a certain person or entity is the registered owner of shares of the company. Now, you know, some companies do not issue actual certificates anymore. Everything is done electronically. But in certain instances where the articles do require for the certificate, then an actual certificate is issued. Certificate is prima facie evidence of a member's title to the shares. It's one certificate in respect of the shares issued or transferred at a particular time. A shareholder can ask for their share certificates to be split. So let's just say that he purchased 2,000 shares. He may say, I want one certificate to read 1,500 and another certificate to read 500 shares. At common law, a company will be prevented from denying statements in a share certificate against a person or entity that has relied on that statement. And then I set out and I give you the key information that should be contained in a share certificate. So transfer of shares. The standard form required to transfer shares is a share transfer form and is duly executed by the relevant parties. The share transfer form on the reverse of the certificate, it stipulates the name of the company, the name and address of the person that the shares may be transferred. That's the transferee. They give you the name of the person who's holding the shares. That's the transferor. The number and the value of the shares. The signatures of the transferor and the transferee. Their witnesses, as well as the company's secretary and signature, and the date of the recording of the transfer in the register of members. The parties to a share transfer are the transferor, the transferee, and the witnesses on behalf of each one of those persons. And the procedure is a resolution of the shareholders is prepared in accordance with the articles to approve and authorize the share transfer. A share purchase agreement may be prepared and executed if it is applicable. The existing shareholder, that's the transferor, completes the share transfer form and executes the form by signing and having it witnessed. The person or entity to which the shares are being sold, that's the transferee, completes the share transfer form by signing and having it witnessed. The share transfer form is then returned to the company secretary or the FCSP to record the transfer to the register of shareholders. The company secretary records the transfer in the register of shareholders or members, and the old share certificate is canceled and the new share certificate is prepared, executed, and issued to the new shareholder. Any questions so far? So abrogation, variation, abrogation of class rights. Under Section 37 of the Companies Act, it states that the share capital, which is divided in different classes of shares, provision is made in the memorandum of the articles to authorize the variation of the rights attached to any class of shares in a company. And that is always subject to the consent of any specified proportion of the holders of the issue shares, or it can be done by sanction of a resolution passed at a separate meeting of the holders of those shares. And in pursuance of such provision, the rights attached to any such class of shares are at any time varied. The holders of not less in the aggregate than 15% of the issue shares, if they don't consent or vote in favor of the resolution for the variation, they can apply to the court to have the variation canceled. And where such application is made, the variation shall not have effect until it is confirmed by the court. An application made under section 37 shall be made within 21 days after the date on which the consent was given or the resolution was passed. On such application, the court, after hearing the applicant and any other person who applied to the court to be heard and appear to the court to be interested in the application, may, if it is satisfied, having regard to the circumstances of the case, that the variation would unfairly prejudice the shareholders of the class, disallow, and shall, if not so satisfied, confirm the variation. The decision of the court on any such application shall be final. Then the court shall, within 15 days after making of an order by the court on any such application, forward a copy of the order to the registrar. And if default is made in complying with this provision, the company and every officer of the company who is in default shall be liable to a civil penalty of $10. Variation includes abrogation, and varied shall be construed accordingly. If the shares of a company are divided into different classes, the expression class rights refers to special rights of a particular class of shareholder concerning dividends and voting and rights on a winding up. The Companies Act Section 37 makes it clear that abrogation of class rights is included. So this means that class rights can be extinguished entirely as well as merely varied, providing the appropriate procedure of the section set out above are followed. Case law decided that class rights are to be regarded as varied only if after the purported act of variation, they are different in substance from before, or where the company proposes to make its existing cumulative preference shares non-cumulative. Consent of a particular class or classes of shareholders is not required. In the case of Adelaide Electric versus Prudential Assurance, the court held that the alteration of the place of payment of a preferential dividend did not vary the rights of the preference shareholders, despite the fact that the exchange rate acted in favor of the company and against the preference shareholders. So what's the method of variation or abrogation? The Act states that variation of the rights attached to a class of shares may only be varied, A, in accordance with the company's articles, or B, where the company's articles contain no such provision, if the holders of shares of that class consent to the variation in accordance with the section. Consent is required under the section if any specified proportion of the holders of the issued shares of that class or the sanction of a resolution passed at a separate meeting of the holders of those shares. So consequently, a resolution to vary the rights of a particular class is of no legal effect unless the consent of the class is contained. It should be noted that any vote on a resolution to modify class rights must be undertaken for the purpose of benefiting the class as a whole. Now you turn to alteration of share capital. Section 49 of Companies Act states that a company having a share capital may, if authorized by its articles, by a resolution of shareholders, can 1, increase the share capital by creation of new shares. 2, consolidate and divide all of its share capital into shares of larger amounts than its existing shares. 3, convert all or any of its paid up shares into stock and reconvert that stock into paid up shares of any denomination. 4, subdivides its shares or any of them into shares of a smaller amount than is fixed by the memorandum, so that in the subdivision of the proportion between the amount paid and the amount of any unpaid or such reduced share shall be the same as if it was in the case of the share for which the reduced share is derived. And 5, cancel shares, which at the date of the passing of the resolution in that behalf have not been taken or agreed to have been taken by any person, or which has been forfeited and diminished the amount of a share capital by the amount of the shares so canceled. So cancellation of shares shall not be a reduction of share capital within the meaning of the act. A company's share capital may be altered or increased, provided the company follows the appropriate methods and proceedings. The alterations may increase the nominal share value, redivide the company's shares into shares of a greater or smaller nominal value, or the classification or reclassification of the company's shares. Share capital. A limited company having a share capital may not alter its share capital except as set out in section 49. That is, it is authorized by its articles of association. A limited company may make certain alterations to the provisions of its MEMS with regard to share capital by passing a resolution at a general meeting. And unless the MEMS or the arts otherwise require, the resolution may be an ordinary resolution. For consolidation of capital, a limited company may consolidate its capital by amalgamating shares of smaller amount into shares of a larger amount. For example, they could consolidate groups of 20 shares of nominal value 5 cents into shares of nominal value $1. It is rare that a company needs to consolidate, the trend being to subdivide and go for lower nominal values, which makes the shares easier to sell. Subdivision of shares. This occurs when a company subdivides every $1 share into 10 shares of 10 cents each. The proportion of amounts paid and unpaid must remain the same where the shares are partly paid. For example, if before subdivision, every $1 share was 50 cents paid, then the new shares of 10 cents each must be treated as 5 cents paid. The company cannot regard some of the new shares as fully paid and some as partly paid. The company may wish to subdivide shares to make them more easily marketable. For example, a share having a nominal value of $1 may have a market value of $10, and this may restrict market dealings. Reduction of share capital. Under Section 50 of the CAC, a company limited by shares and a company limited by guarantee and having a share capital may, if it is authorized by its articles, by a resolution, or shareholders reduce its share capital in any way, and in particular, without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power, may 1, extinguish or reduce the liability on any of its shares in respect of share capital not paid up. 2, either with or without extinguishing or reducing liability on any of its shares, cancel any paid up share capital which is lost or unrepresented by available assets. And 3, either with or without distinguishing or reducing liability on any of its shares, pay off any paid up share capital which is in excess of the wants of the company, and may, if and so far as is necessary, alter its memorandum by reducing the amount of its share capital and of its shares accordingly. A limited company may reduce its share capital by special resolution confirmed by the court, or a private company limited by shares by special resolution supported by a solvency statement. An application is made to the court for confirming order, any objections by creditors, and settlement of objecting creditors. If the court is satisfied with respect to every creditor of the company who is entitled to object to the reduction, that either his consent to reduction has been obtained, or his debt or claim has been discharged or has determined or has been secured, the court will issue an order confirming reduction. The court may also direct that the company add and reduced to its name until expiration of the period or the time specified in the order. Or they can have it as a part of the name of the company. The court may also order the company to publish the reasons for the reduction in capital or some other information to the public. To register the reduction of share capital, the company is required to register the following information to the registrar. 1, a copy of the order of the court confirming the reduction of the share capital. 2, a minute approved by the court showing, with respect to the share capital of the company as altered by the order, the amount of the share capital, the number of shares into which it is to be divided, the amount of each share, and the amount, if any, at the date of registration deemed to be paid up on each share. On the registration of the order and minute, and not before, the resolution for reducing the share capital as confirmed by the order so registered shall take effect. Notice of the registration shall be published in such manner as the court directs. The registrar certifies the registration of the order and minute, and his certificate shall constitute conclusive evidence that all the requirements of the act with respect to the reduction of the capital have been complied with, and the share capital of company is such as is stated in the minute. Once registered, the minute is substituted for the corresponding part of the memorandum and is valid and alterable as if it had been originally contained in the memorandum. Substitution is deemed to be an alteration of the memorandum within the meaning of Section 29. Section 54 of
So
the,
why would a company, what are some of the reasons you would want to reduce your share capital?
why would you want to reduce it?
Yes.
Well, one could be you could get back more funds. It depends. Let's just say you formed a company and you issued 50,000 shares. And you have 2 investors. Now you want to reduce capital. It's not normally seen, especially if you have creditors. Because if you reduce your capital, you're sending a signal that something is not right. Because you're actually shrinking the company. But it is permitted.
Thank you.
Then you have redeemable shares. So normally redeemable shares is to encourage investment in small businesses, like we discussed earlier. And often members of a family can, at any appropriate stage, buy back the equity investment without parting permanently from the family control. So a limited company may issue redeemable shares, and they may be issued as redeemable at the option of the company or at the option of the shareholder. The articles of a private limited company may either exclude or restrict the issue of redeemable shares. But a public limited company may only issue redeemable shares if it is authorized by its articles. Redeemable shares may be issued only if there are issues other than shares which are not redeemable. If all the company shares are redeemable, then this would circumvent the perpetual succession feature of a company. Redeemable shares may not be redeemed unless they are fully paid. The issued capital is the creditor's buffer, and this is the figure and not the paid-up capital which must be replaced. It may be agreed between the company and the holder of the shares to be redeemed that payment is to be made on a date later than the redemption date. Redeemable shares may only be redeemed out of distributable profits or out of the proceeds of a fresh issue of shares purpose. Any premium payable on redemption must be paid out of distributable profits of the company, unless the shares being redeemed were issued at a premium. The creditor's buffer is the company's share capital plus non-distributable reserves. And non-distributable reserves means reserves that cannot be written off to pay dividends, such as the capital redemption reserve and the share premium account. Under Section 55, a notice must be sent to the registrar for any changes in share capital within 30 days of the share consolidation, division, conversion, subdivision, purchase, or otherwise acquired or canceled or stock reconverted. So that is a consolidated and divided the share capital into shares of larger amounts than its existing shares, converted shares into stock, reconverted as shares or any of them, subdivided as shares or any of them, purchased or otherwise acquired any of his shares, or canceled any shares otherwise than in connection with the reduction of a share capital. Acquisition of own shares. A limited company having a share capital may purchase its own shares, subject to the provisions of Section 44. Subject to its memorandum, a company may purchase or otherwise acquire shares issued by it. A company may not make any payment to purchase or otherwise acquire shares issued by it if there are reasonable grounds for believing that the company is unable or would, after that payment, be unable to pay its liabilities as they become due, or the realizable value of the company's assets would, after the payment, be less than the aggregate of its liabilities and issue a share capital of all classes. A purchase or acquisition of shares under this section should not be a reduction of share capital within the meaning of this act. A company may purchase its own shares for the following reasons. A private company may purchase its own shares because it gives their shares some marketability. Persons could be more easily persuaded to invest in private companies if they know that the company can buy out, even if the other shareholders have insufficient resources to do so. Second reason, in family companies, the shareholders may not agree how many shares each should take if there is a death of a shareholder, or resignation or retirement of a shareholder. They would prefer for the company to purchase the shares rather than inviting an outsider to become a shareholder. Third, if there is a shareholder dispute, a compromise can be reached by the company buying out the shares. Again, avoiding the introduction of an outsider joining the company. Fourth, it is also useful when an executive director who has taken shares decides to leave, the company can buy his shares so that he severs his ties with the company. Now, transmission of shares, that is when a shareholder dies. His interest in the shares of a company passes to whoever inherits the shares under his will or under the rules of intestacy. The articles of a company normally provide the procedure for the transmission of shares of a deceased shareholder, and certain restrictions may apply. The person or entity to which the shares are willed or entitled under intestacy is required to show evidence of entitlement. So either they show a grant of probate or they provide a letters of administration to the company in order for the interest in the shares to pass in law. And this is evidence that title has passed officially to the transmittee in law. The transmittee may, subject to the Articles of Association, choose to become a registered shareholder, or they could transfer the shares to another person or entity for money or consideration. Once the company recognizes and verifies the transmittee's entitlement to the shares, the title to those shares must be properly documented in the share register. A new share certificate will be issued in the name of the transmittee or his transferee, must be prepared and issued. Now, I am going to stop there because next class I want to talk about shareholders, but I also want you to get this additional information on the shareholders agreement.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Have you ever seen an instance where a supposed beneficiaries of a individual who owned shares in an IBC would have, not the beneficiary, but the person who owned the shares in the IBC would have died and not left a will. And their proposed beneficiaries are seeking to take those shares. Have you had any experience with that, seen that before, or have any comment with respect to that type of activity and any precautions?
Okay. So let me get the scenario right. The person had shares, died without a will.
Was most likely the sole, owned the shares and the majority shares in an IBC. Died without a will.
I'm trying to see if I could remember one like that.
I know it's peculiar because typically if you own an IBC, you're the type of person who would have had a will.
Yeah, in most
Right?
instances in most instances they do. Because I'm trying to see if I can remember any instance where there was one without a will, and I don't recall one. No, I've never had that situation.
Right. So speaking to your point in your note with respect to, I mean, you didn't categorize what type of company it is. So the assumption is it could be with any company.
Yeah.
But speaking to your notes where it indicated a person who is the beneficiary of a deceased's assets could receive the shares, obviously. And what process they would have to go through in order to have the shares transferred in their name and or probate done in order to have the be recognized or seen as the beneficiary by way of a grant of probate, or an executor by way of a grant of probate. I just wondered how that would apply to an IBC. In the absence of a will, yeah.
But if it is an IBC and is owned by a foreign national, then it would follow the rules of probate in that section.
No, if it's an asset that's owned in the Bahamas, it would follow the
resealing.
Yes, you do have to do if they had probate done in the jurisdiction where the person died.
Yes. Yeah, be resealing, and I've seen that where things have come resealing, but to say that it was connected to an IBC, I couldn't say.
Right. Yeah,
but
no.
But I've seen where they've come for resealing.
Yeah, I've seen and done those as well, the resealing.
Yeah.
But this is just for land or
normally
yeah.
But no.
But with respect to an IBC, yeah.
No, I haven't.
I think there's some challenges with that.
Yeah, but I could tell you what I have seen when I noticed that persons are at a certain age,
Mhm.
or they think that the business that they're in is time to move on to something else, they just simply sell the company.
Mhm.
That's what I've seen a lot of. They would actually,
Right.
so they don't wait until death. They just sell the
Right.
company. Yeah.
Right, right.
And more
Yeah.
sale. Yeah, I've seen more sale than to say wait until death.
Right.
And right.
I actually have a foreign consul who is asking me how to navigate those types of waters.
Oh,
So
no, they actually sell it.
this person has already been deceased. So
Mm,
so they're looking at how to deal with the
But some-
beneficiaries.
yeah,
Mhm.
some is coming back to too. I remember the instance with an IBC, and
Mhm.
the one had a son and a daughter. And I know of
Mhm.
another, yeah, it was an IBC and was owned by a lady. And what was, when the lady got sick, she added her daughter on as a shareholder.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
And in the actual article, she had it amended in that in the event of her death, her daughter takes all.
Right, yeah, this person doesn't even have that, it seems, so.
Now the one with the father and the gentleman who had 2 children, he added on the son, and then later he added on the daughter, and he took himself off completely. But he did state in his instructions, and which both of them signed, is that while he is still alive, the funds to be withdrawn from the account will be to take care of him.
Mhm.
So there are different ways you can do it. But in most instances, it's not left until the person dies.
Yeah.
They put them as shareholders before them.
Mhm. Mhm.
Now you could have an IBC where I decided you're my good friend, and I decided to make you a shareholder along with me. And then you, in turn, upon my death, you will give it to a member of my family. I've seen that too. Yeah. But normally, like you were saying, these things are done prior to death, not after.
Well, I suppose that they would still have to go through the matter being probated. And then based on who, if there is no will indeed, based on who is the proper beneficiary under the laws of succession, then they
Exactly.
would take. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would have to deal with it, I guess. I don't
From
know.
Yeah,
From
but
that
normally,
point, yeah.
normally they do it before death. The minute they see they're getting sick,
Mhm.
they add on another shareholder.
Yeah, this gave me pause because I figured too, if I'm wealthy enough to be in a foreign jurisdiction establishing an IBC, and there is millions involved in it, I would definitely have a will. And if not a will, I would have had a trust. So,
Yeah, but I mean, if you have an IBC, it's just so easy to transfer ownership. So the minute you get sick, that's the first thing you do. You either do it 50-50, 75-25, or you just give it whoever you
the
are
thing is,
going.
I don't know the circumstance of this person's death. They may have died suddenly without illness,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And not know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. they have-
Yeah. No, but most of them I've seen, even from my experience in banking and with IBCs, they're all done beforehand. I've never had one where someone died and it has to go through probate for a company. No. Yeah. No, I understand that. All right. So I think Miguel sent you your documents. I saw some emails flashing.
I got mine.
Okay. So those who didn't send in their homework can send it in so I could record your points. I'm gonna send you another set of homework. Or should I wait until after we finish the section? Anyhow, we'll see. I'll see if I can put some questions together so you can practice some answers.
Thank you very much.
Right, you're most welcome. And anybody have any other questions so far, you can always email me. I do take a while sometimes, but I do check it every day. Okay,
Miss Asha, quick question. Is
Okay,
Miguel
go ahead.
also supposed to email the capstone as well?
yes. What did
Okay,
he want?
I only see the company law final.
Okay, I'm gonna call him afterwards. Because I have both in my email. I said capstone and midterm. I'll call him afterwards. So we can make sure we have both. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. All right, so have a great weekend. Enjoy your Valentine's Day. And after that, get back to doing the homework and reading the notes. All right?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon to all.
Okay,
Good afternoon, everyone.
yes, afternoon.